Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. It returned again. Finally. Eventually. Soon. Very soon. Different song, please. As that happens. Oh, does that ever happen? Wait, there's an update? Update. Click the update button. Maybe just like make 2 of these. Let's duplicate this. Yeah. This. Like, why do I have a scene that I use all the time that I don't ever poke? I'm also gonna refresh all the things to make sure that they're not totally broken. Yeah, well, that'd probably help. Renderings. The rendering stuff. Yeah, the rendering stuff. Wait, I want this here. Nice and close. But not too close. If it's not close enough, then it's too close to being not close. Doesn't make sense. The red hair? Not the red hair. That sounds like a challenge. Do we have selection? Wait, did I pull? Oh, I don't think I pulled forward the red hair. Great, now. Now I have to make the red hair a thing. Again. Because I don't have... I want that one to be updated. Slightly. Kind of. Maybe. Perhaps. Yeah. This one? I don't have that color either. I'm gonna add a couple of things to my notes, I guess. I'm missing more colors. Just take it sweet time. Wait, that's not right. It just takes its sweet time loading all the things. I'm gonna grab the highlight color. I'm gonna do that. What am I supposed to do without my highlight colors? Can't get no highlight colors. Are all of these the same highlight color? Go figure. Never know. You just never know. You just never know. I don't think. Missed a step. Missed a step. Got paste. We got to paste all the things. And then you do one of those. That's a good flavor right there. Be like, hi. Hello. Again. Welcome. Yawn. Yawn. There's so much yawning. Why am I yawning so much? Always yawning so much. Wait, is this on repeat? Gotta fix that. That's just not right. I wonder. Having been so long ish. I wonder how many people will actually watch me today. Oh, what a mystery. Ugh, I'm gonna be yawning a whole bunch, I bet. Sure. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. I think. Because why not? I'm doing fairly well today, I think. Apart from being kind of tired. Hello again. Hi. Oh, the tired. I don't know if I'll ever get over the constant level of exhaustion that I feel. it's always a bit of a difficulty to like wake myself up properly. I probably spend, I don't know, 2.5, 3 hours awake before I actually stream. Like today is slightly on the lesser side of that. Yeah. Oh, I don't even remember what I was doing. It's been so long. Sure, I'll figure it out pretty soon. Quick. Soon, quick. Quick, soon. As I wake myself up some more. Then I save. Gotta save all random files I have. Gotta get stuff ready. Open things. Yeah. Save other things. I don't know what color went good with this. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not yeah. You just go blop. 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 Oh, so today I want to do some rendering stuff. Rendering stuff. Mm-hmm. I may or may not be exporting more hair colors. I have a problem. I have a problem when it comes to hair colors. I like picking all the hair colors. There's probably not have all the hair colors, but I do have all the hair colors. Well, I was gonna be like, maybe I use blue today, or maybe I export all of the hair colors, all of them, and then be like, I have all of the hair colors. We will pick all of the hair colors, right? Right. 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 How many do I have? About 9. That's a good number, right? 9 hair colors? I used blue within the last week or so, so maybe I pick a different one. Pick one that I haven't used for a little while here. It's not really what I called that. I'll just add all of these so I can just have them for later. Yeah, instead of having to search for them. I think it would be. I think it's gonna be red today. My position right. If I stare right back here, that's supposed to be the neutral position. Can be any color as long as it's black. That's for that remark. I would almost be tempted to stick with red. There is not enough water in the thing of water. I'm gonna have to get more water, aren't I? I don't even know how much is in here. Starting soon. Yeah, it's to make sure that I have water. That I have the correct hair color. We're gonna put it back down here again so I can get more water. I need more water. delicious water, slightly mineralized, crunchy snacks. Uh, uh. I had food recently. I don't know. I don't know if I'm up to thinking about crunchy snacks right now. They're definitely available to me. But to crack and open the crunchy snacks is kind of... Yeah, maybe later. When I'm feeling more up to it. Maybe later. Yes, 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 yes. Let's see, what else do I need to do? What else do I need to... Oh, yeah. Very, very extra important. So last week, kind of fell down the stairs, hurt myself. And as a consequence, I disabled this stretch redeem. I think, however, I am better enough. Getting up is still a thing that I'm reluctant to do, but I can. I can get up again. It's not too much of a burden. So I think I need to turn on the stretch redeem again. Before I forget. That is in channel point rewards. I think it's in rewards. Yeah, we'll enable that. Very important. Sort of new-ish. Return of the stretch redeem. There's a bit of a cooldown on it. But it's a thing. Should be a thing. Definitely should be a thing. I almost want to add more point redeems. Yeah, maybe. I have a list of them. Maybe I'll do that. Over the weekend or something. Be like new options. New options. Oh, what do I want? I want the... I want the Vim. Yeah, I want the Vim. Wait, why is that like that? That one should not be like that. That one should not be like that. Just move that slightly, yeah, huh? Make sure the camera is adjusted accordingly to the specifications. The exacting specifications required to perform all the tasks. And then yawn? I mean, edit. We want to edit this file. This tremendous important file. Why is this in here? Be gone. Away with thee. Very yum. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Yep. It was right. I want more space. Want more space. More space. We want all of the space. Because if we add space, that's like free lines. Extra lines of code right there. And I didn't even have to do anything other than just add space. Does that really count though? Is it really a line of code if it's just empty space? I forget how ridiculously small transfer control is. Yeah, right. Sure. Look, properties. All of the properties. Yeah, that's a thing that I sort of kind of did at one point, but then didn't do. We did, but we didn't do. Yeah. So, my topic for today is all about the the renderer. Working with some more Vulkan things. Maybe I put that in my title. Vulkan. Vulkan renderer stuff. Not just regular renderer stuff. Vulkan rendering stuff. Because if you didn't find the Vulkan tag, then what are you doing? Also, I'm going to need the debugger open to, like, do the thing. We can do the thing, right? We can still do the thing, I hope. Hope? Oh, much hope. Too much hope. Never enough hope. I was so hopeful. And it failed me. But today is kind of about all that. It fails me. It doesn't tell me which texture the model should have. The model should have a texture. It really should. So, in order to make the model textured, delicious texture, we need to give it the texture coordinate offset things. So this one is like array 1? Yeah, array 1. Array 1. Which one was it? Model. Maybe model. Alright, so we have a texture array of textures. And I'm saying 3. It's just like a 3. No reason, just 3. We don't want 3. We want a coordinate. A coordinate. So this coordinate should come from either a uniform buffer or Do I really close my eyes this much? Yeah. Yes. Yes, I do. My eyes kind of hurt. So I've been blinking a lot today. I think it's mostly because I am tired, but it could be something else. I'm not entirely sure. So, yeah, we have 3. And it bound it to 4. So I could just be like, oh, I'll just change this to 4 and then, make the shaders. I thought that was supposed to do something, but it didn't. And it was supposed to request another one somewhere. Focus on something far, far away. That's also a good reason for me to close my eyes. If I've closed my eyes, then they focus at infinity. Or about as close to infinity as they go. It's not very far. This uses array 1. Is this not array 1? Did we bind the wrong texture to the thing? It says array. 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 Allocate. Array. There's no way I'm gonna find this in the debug output. Nope. It's not. It's just not happening, is it? Especially when they start to merge with one another. Like I cannot open file in the middle of a format dump, and I'm like, nope. Nope, lost the plot. Unless this is the other one. This is... Like it could be test. Kinda doubt it's test, but you never know. No. It's not test. It's not test. I don't think it's off screen either. That's got some coordinates. But I don't think that's the one. More hydration. Do I not get sleep? I don't get very much sleep. I slept extra today. Because I was tired from yesterday. I was busy yesterday. But even so, I'm still kind of worn out. Like, I can only sleep so long before it becomes difficult to be awake. None of the textures are showing up. I don't know if they're supposed to show up. I don't know if they can show up. Got fields. Oh, there's so many options. I want, like, draw. Draw screen. Draw commands. I think it's draw commands. This file is too big. I have to use, like, search functions. Which maybe kind of hints at the fact that I might have to start. I have to break it into multiple files at some point. Am I still using push constants? Why am I still using push constants? Why did I think this was a good idea? Why is this line so long? Let's see, bind the pipeline. Which pipeline? Pipeline 0. I don't know which one is pipeline 0. Be nice if the thing that I want to draw were in the list of things that I had to draw. And I could just be like, draw me 5 instances of this thing. Draw me a dozen instances of this thing. Draw me 600 instances of this thing. Draw me 7. There's a cat over there. Kitty. Kitty. Come here, kitty. Pet the kitty. No? No? I guess kitty wants to run away from me. That's fine. That's fine. Kitty can run away from me. Kitty always runs away from me. Alright, so this loads the model shader for all the things. Yeah. And then opt model. Model index 3 or something like that. I think it's 3. So we have the pipeline, and then we have the model, and then we have the index offset thing. Then we can draw. We can draw this. If it's loaded. Which I don't know if it's loaded. Never know if it's loaded. I think it's loaded though. At least I would hope it is. It was loading before. And the only other thing that could cause it to not be visible would be the textures. The textures are kind of a wild card, because they don't end up in the same place every time. And the pipeline for the models doesn't really have the information about where the texture is supposed to be. So I think I need a descriptor for a uniform buffer again, which I think I kind of maybe sort of hinted at in the past. Sort of. Maybe. Possibly. Where are the textures? Where are the descriptor sets? Combine descriptor set. Descriptor sets are still kind of not very dynamic in design. So this is set 2. So I'd want to look at set 2. And then where we get the textures for set 2, I guess. Set 2. I think it's set 2. You wanted to listen to some bad apple. Well, if you come to the right place. Sort of. At least for the next 20 minutes. The waifu uses Neovim. Depends. Depends. But maybe. Maybe. If I can find all the code that I want to find. This is gonna take me some reading before I start, like, writing something in earnest, I think. Because I got the descriptor set here. And I have to figure out what I'm doing with this thing, because it's not what I want to do with it. And I think I've already established that I want lots of descriptor sets, and they should have to go into some sort of structure. Some sort of structure with all of the things that have to be rendered. Like, maybe I start to build out the scene graph for the renderer, because that's gonna be things that I will need. Because I think that a scene graph would consist of the descriptor that I'm using, and the model that I'm using, and the vertex buffer that I'm using, and the uniform buffer that I'm using, and the textures that are connected to the model that we want to draw. And like how many instances are in the thing. And so we would encapsulate all of that, and then we would sort the scene graph according to whatever is most convenient, I guess. Whatever is most frequently usable frequency. Yeah, maybe. And then I would put like the most frequently. That can wait though, can it? Sure. Yeah, frequency of use can wait. I just want to know where I do my right. The ray start. The byte array. The binary array. Over the wire. The wire. Yeah, all the time. I've done lots of that. I've made up my own protocols. I've implemented existing protocols. Made serialization formats, which are kind of the same thing. I made parsers. I made interpreters. All sorts of weird arbitrary binary serializers. Structures, pointer arithmetic, deserializers, all of them. Done all different styles for all different projects. The pointer arithmetic is not what I would recommend. Unless you're implementing like an extremely standards-based protocol like TCP or IP, UDP. IP6. Those are pretty good candidates for pointers. However, they're also ridiculously good candidates for like pack structures. If you're doing things more dynamically than that, then I would either use a structure library, like Google Protobuf is pretty good, or I would use deserializers, or I'd probably recommend packed structures if you have a fairly static structure. It's embedded. That's kind of oof. This is the oof. If it's an embedded platform, kind of depends on what kind of what the architecture is. Because if it's like a 32-bit platform, then you might want to write a deserializer. ARM M4. Yeah, I know some of the ARM chips are really picky about alignment. And pack structures don't play nicely with those. Do you use qubits if you're non-binary? No, I think you use the queer bits. They're kind of like the binary bits, but they're all the things all at once. That's a quote right there. If it only exists on the stack. Yeah, even if it's on the stack. Like, if the individual fields of the structure are not aligned properly, they're still gonna, like, throw exceptions or something. But if it's just a bunch of, like, 32-bit numbers aligned on the stack with appropriate padding, then I would be like, yeah, just leave it in a structure. That's highly situational. Kind of highly situational. Feels like ever since I came home, I've been ridiculously congested. Wasn't like this earlier in the week. Maybe I have allergies or something. I don't know what to what though. There are so many potential allergens in my household. That I don't know what would be what. Written. As it is written. Okay, what is the array start? Requested -1. New allergy. New allergy. I mean, I don't think it's cats, because I've been around the cats. And I don't have any obvious reaction to them. The problem is that there's a lot of other potential allergens. There could be like pollens or molds. Who knows if I have molds? Crawl space is a nightmare that I don't even want to think about. Or there could be dust, because the house is really dusty. Or it could be, like, from the dog, although I don't think that's the case either. So maybe it's dust. Or atmospheric pollens, if I had to wager a guess, but I really don't know. An air filter doing work, but not enough. Need a bigger one. Bigger air filter. Something that moves massive amounts of air. Masses of air. Bring forth all of the air. And tremble. So I got the start. I got the requested thing. Which, well, yeah. Requested. Requested to. It's supposed to be Eris. That should be texture 1. So texture 1 should be the one. The one. The one true texture. I like finding requested. Requested, yeah. Nope. Nope, that's not you. What if these get bound to different things? What then? Do they end up in different descriptor slots or whatever? Maybe. But then there's like, which level does it end up on? Which array level does it end up on? Layer. That's what it's called. So which layer does it end up on? That's the question. That's the question that I always have. Save all of my white space. Why don't I? Alright, so descriptor set 2 gets used. It gets written there. Gets status set there. Gets bound here, supposedly. Set at first. Why would I ever bind more than one? We have dynamic offsets, which I think are for uniform buffers. Which would be kind of fantastic. And then we have the empty texture. I don't think it's the empty texture. I could be wrong. I could, in fact, be very wrong. Set written. Set written. What if I have multiple? What if I have all of the things? Like, what if it binds the one and doesn't bind the other one? Oh, this is the subtexture image thing. No, no. No, the sub image is what is requesting. And then the bound is... Okay. Yeah, that's gonna complicate things for me. Because this can bind one of the arrays, but not the other arrays. So that could be an issue. Like this might be writing the tile texture. It might be binding that one. And then like the other texture is somewhere. It's somewhere. We don't know where. And it does sort of feel like I need some sort of like lightweight scene graph to keep track of this. Because I can't just stick this data wherever. I have to like put it in a place ahead of time so I know what to render. So I think we need a uniform buffer. Or I need to find the uniform buffer and use it, because I don't think right now it is being drawn. I think it is very much not being drawn. Drawn to the wind. So we have vertex copy, index copy. vertex buffers, index buffers. This is draw commands, right? Yeah, so somewhere in here we have that draw. We have this draw. That looks like it's for the frame buffer. We draw indexed. We have the pipeline. We have this draw. And then descriptor sets are all the way up here for whatever reason. Well, technically, I think it would be better if like I put binding descriptor sets down by the models themselves, but that's a bit much. A bit whatever. Alright, so what is in this one? There is a uniform buffer in there. Do I use this? Does this get used? This gets used by the shared buffer. I don't want the shared buffer. I want the other buffer. Frame buffer image. Right image. That's the empty. This is the empty texture. That's the whatever buffer. And this one's the input attachment. Why do I have this? Why do I have this still? I don't think I still need that. I don't think I need that one. I really don't. Oh yeah, we have layout 2. Layout 2 just has the fragment shaders. Layout 1 is supposed to have uniform buffers. A single uniform buffer. What if I want a uniform buffer for the other? The other. Like the fragment shader gets a uniform buffer. That wouldn't be terribly difficult now, would it? I don't even think I used this one. It's like, oh, I'll make a uniform buffer. I will forget to use the uniform buffer. Yes, we'll do fragment. Make one for the vertex and for the fragment. And they'll be separate buffers. Sure, why not? Ensure allocated. And then I want to allocate the sets. If we don't have a set 1. Why don't we have a set 1 for? I want a set 1. Just be like, okay, here, have some more descriptor sets, why don't we? Then I'm also going to kind of maybe sort of want the uniform buffers. It would probably be helpful. Buffer device, buffer host, buffer shared. I'll just have I'll have a sub buffer for uniforms. Does device covers uniforms? So, okay. 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 Yes. Right. Not okay. Not okay. So we got copy, 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 copy. This is for index. I wonder if I should put uniform buffers into device memory, or if I should put them in host memory. And what did this thing say? Host visible, host coherent. The absence of this type. Which I have some of this type. This should be used for uniform. Should it though? Should it though? Right, combined. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If I give the host buffer the transfer bit, or the what's it called, the uniform buffer bit, I don't know if it's gonna let me do that. I could try it though. Let's see what it does. Be like here. Here. Read all of your parameters from this memory that I've conveniently set aside on my side of the connection. It's not like you have to send it over the PCI Express bus or anything. And before it fails. Oh dear. Oh dear, it's failed. Out of pool memory. Eh? 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 Wait, this is layout 0. Not layout 1. I thought something was suspicious. Very highly suspicious. It's not even what I wanted to test. Although it is something that I wanted to test. Well, it didn't die. I think. This is an unreadable mesh still. Mesh? Mesh? Massive meshes? Should have added like buffering or interlocking or something. Some kind of interlock. Yes. Yes, that would stop all of the lines from overlapping one another. Image array. Oh, there it is. Array 0, reference 0. Requested. I guess it let me create my weird uniform buffer in host memory. So, maybe I just carry on with this mysterious activity. And then I want to allocate some uniform buffer memory, which I don't think I have a very considerable, useful construct for. However, I want to write a descriptor set. I want to write descriptor set 1. Maybe. Just like binding rate element. I think it's binding 0. Or maybe I want binding 1. I don't remember. And I want uniform buffer. And one of these is for buffer info, I think. I want to say. Good luck figuring out which one. Is it right? Script descriptor. Descriptor. Right. Something. Update. Right descriptor set. Buffer info, that's the one. An array of buffer info structures. Yeah. So a buffer info is just like the buffer. And then the size. In bytes. In bytes. Bytes of the entirety. I don't think I have one of those. So this would be buffer info. Right, buffer infos, plural, sure. I don't think it makes sense to reserve anything there. And then we want lots of these structure, or maybe just the one. So this consists of a buffer. So I guess I want the host buffer, and then I want some sort of offset into the buffer. Wait, it just does that? Okay, it just does that for... Okay, that's kind of interesting. I didn't know it would autocomplete like that. Alright, and then this one is the right buffer info, and then we want to back up that one as a pointer. So now I just have to figure out what range to allocate, and I should be good. Right? Right? Right. No. Yes. Yes, but also no. Create buffer. Acquire memory. So we have the memory host, and that's going to be like the object that's managing the host memory. Right. 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 Uh-huh. Right. Yeah. Okay. Sure. No, that's the device allocate. That's where we get the... I don't know what you call it. So I think it's just acquire. Or maybe it's this thing. Although I don't think we acquire memory from very many places, do we? This shared memory, that's the model. A Vertex models mooches the memory. And I'll have one for the Vertex buffers, though. Or uniform buffers. That's what we're doing. I don't have an object for uniform buffers, so I guess maybe I have to make something like that. And just be like, give me all of the memory. I promise I will keep good care of it. I will take good care of all of the memory. I will take very good care of all of the memory. Really, really. Let's see, so I would need some sort of maybe pointer to the memory. And then I want maybe some sort of offset. 'Cause why not? Maybe a size. 'Cause why not? And now it doesn't really have a specific size other than what I want it to be. Whatever I want it to be. Yeah. So it's sort of like I could allocate from the arena a certain amount of size. Why is that not a thing? Why can I not just jump here? Yeah, that gives me the alignment, the offset, the The everything. That gives me all the things. So, I think we go back to the frame. And then we create some uniform buffer object things, maybe. Maybe these can be pointers, because why not? Yeah. And then inside of the write operation, we can just allocate all of them right about here. And be like frame vert uniforms equals some uniforms. And then we'll do frame vert uniforms. What would it be? Host pointer size. The size will equal a number that I make up on the spot. And then we want device memory host. And I want to take the arena object. And I want to acquire memory for the frame vert uniforms settings. No, not swap. Size. The alignment can be 16 because it's always 16. And then we'll do that for the fragment as well, I guess. And then we will take the offset that I got, and then we will take the device memory. Is there really a pointer to this? The pointer to the host memory? Why is that not part of the memory object? Why did I think it was a good idea for the pointer to the memory object to be separate from the object managing the pointer? That doesn't make entirely, that does not make a whole lot of sense. I'm gonna refactor that. That doesn't make sense. The non-Toho, yes, that happens. Just because there's a lot of bad apple doesn't mean that we stay in bad apple the entire time. I may repeat music pretty often, but there's a limit. Pointer, housed memory. Map the memory. It is not what we're looking at up there. I don't think that's the line. Map. Memory house. Yeah, memory host. I mean, I guess not all memory has a pointer associated with it. Some of it does, though. Is there like a device or like a pointer or something? Yeah, like what's device? Device address info. What does that look like? Maybe not exactly what I want. That's not what I want. I want device address something or other. That's not a good type. Query. That's a structure that leads me down. The wrong way. Device address. This doesn't get used too often. I always wonder if there's like a convenient structure, which is like, oh, here's an address. Could use this one. There's buffer addresses. That's not what I want. there's a device or host address KHR data type. That's used for acceleration structures, though. I don't think anything else would use that. I still want to figure out acceleration structures. I did a bunch of reading about those. They don't actually look all that difficult to set up. It's just tedious is all. So I'm gonna use this, I guess. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever. But I also kind of just don't need to. I could just be like void and say the host pointer. Make an anonymous union. Kind of does the same thing. I don't need to do that. I don't think I need to do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that. This is a UNT8 to make it easy to access. I can put those in a union. Beware, the pointers are unionizing. Because of course they are. Maybe give it a variety of sort of maybe kind of remotely useful formats. Possibly. One of these days, I'm just gonna have to like put all the vector stuff in its own namespace. Just come in, sweep it all up, and be like, "You're all getting refactored. All is doom." Everybody gets renamed. I don't think I need all of these. That'd be useful for uniforms. Uniform. Lol. One ended up in Shaderland. You know, it'd be kind of convenient if there wasn't like tons of J's or tons of K's when I accidentally hold the key down in the wrong mode. I could probably change that. That could be a thing. So the host memory is kind of a popular entry here. So I want that in the quick fix list, I think. Because now we're going to like find all of them and be like, you have to be memory host address. You have to be memory shared host address. You have to be memory host. I guess it's host address. U8. Sure, sure. Oops. Oops, gotta make sure I pick the right one here. Yeah, there we go. I think that's all of them. I say reluctantly. Hello, world. You could almost just like say hello, all in one. Sure, no one will mind. I'm sure no one will mind. Alright, so this is memory shared. Address U8. Memory shared. Address U8. What's that address 0? Was that where I put the uniforms? Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. And we're just gonna delete those, and then we're gonna put that not in the register. Gonna close that. Yeah. Close that. Hi. Yeah. Okay. lovely. We're just allocating arbitrary amounts of memory. Statically allocating arbitrary amounts of memory for the benefits of Hello World. Hello World. And hello chat. I don't think the chat is gonna say very much today. It might just be me, but it feels like it's been slow. Kind of. Recently. Defeat all the expectations. I was supposed to get timestamps. Where are my timestamps? I'm gonna get it. I don't get it. Very reactive. They will provide all of the answers. Yeah. Everyone is stuck in the quicksand. I have trapped them in all the quicksand. Clearly. Wait, that's a clip? I completely missed it earlier, but there was... I got clipped. Okay, that's great. That right there is great. The memory. So, I got the memory. I got the host address. I got derailed. I kind of can't speak properly. My voice is gone kaflooey. Hydrate? I think I shall. I think it is essential. A pointer void. I think everything upcasts to pointer void. Yeah, every pointer goes into void. The real void stars, the pointer friends we made along the... Oh, wait. Is it though? Is it though? Is it though? This sounds... This feels... This feels like something I could put in a function. Does it not look that way? It's repetitive. It requires like some sort of variable, probably. It's just a bunch of C++. Well, C++ never killed anybody. Oh, wait. Zero insight. Nada. Yeah, that's a little bit nicer. Right? Right. I think it's nicer. Star frame fragment uniforms. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's not shorter necessarily. In fact, it's longer than it was. But it's easier to refactor, maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. How about... No, I go a step further. We go a step further. We do... How about a constructor? The size is constructed from the size. Yeah, We'll stick with the default. That's fine too. I'll go... I want this many bytes. I don't have to specify the bytes. And then if I want to acquire one of these uniform things, wait, do I need the device? I think I need the device. What if I want to go here? Does this have a shortcut? I don't think this has a shortcut. There are no shortcuts here. I don't think I forward declared this. So we'll do... Okay, we're in the arena. We just do acquire. And then if I want the memory address, I cannot have. Darn it. Foiled again. can go out here. We can do it on the memory. Sure. Wait, what am I doing? If not acquire, return, or is it true? I don't remember anymore. It's true on error. It is true on error. There, that should give it memory. So we can do acquire frame vert uniforms. The one for fragments. Because why not? And then we do the buffer host, and then we do the binding 0. That one's for the vertex. So it would be frame vert uniforms offset. Vert uniform size. Which I should have auto-completed because that's a pointer. Now we do fragment. Which is on binding 1. And then we do the thing. We do the thing. I don't know what the thing is. I had it. I almost had it. We want to find descriptor sets. We want to bind all of the descriptor sets. So we can bind at 0. Technically, I could do descriptor set 1. And it should just work. Just work, I say. Work, damn you. Alright, where was those push constants? Yeah, where are these at? I want to move these. Because I think we can do frame vert uniforms. We'll do the pointer to void. And then I think a mem copy would suffice. And then we're just gonna like take all of that. Except we're gonna put it in the other order because this is not a pointer. That's a pointer. That's definitely a pointer. And then I should have probably some options for getting the textures out of the arrays. Yeah, the texture arrays. Where are the texture arrays? Those were under set 2, I think. So yeah, we got frames. And then I want the fragment uniform. Probably pointer U32. I don't need all that. And then we're gonna say what the array start is. The array start, yeah. Alright, time to see if this explodes. Well, maybe I should have opened up the validator. That's not something that's supposed to... Well, that... I guess that's better than nothing. Not really what I was expecting, but I don't know what I was expecting. Wait, it's not even using the offsets yet. Data. I want to do watch. I think it's watch. Watch is amazing. Because I think layout set 1 binding 1 is for the uniform I don't know, settings, I guess. It's a block. Is a uniform block. And then it's uint, I think. I don't remember. GLSL is failing me. Memory was not very good, especially with this weird syntax. The specification. Wait, where did the quick reference card go? I thought I had the GLSL quick reference card. Quicker reference. Is there a Spear V quick reference? That would be kind of nice. What's this? I don't know. I don't know. I think there is one. Damn it, now I need to make a quick reference card. That would be amazing. Yeah, imagine if I just made one of these. Only it's for like Vulcan flavored GLSL with all the extensions. That would be too much power for any one fox to control. A quick reference. I think this is for OpenGL. It's got like all of the function calls for all of OpenGL, and then like starting on page 9. Yeah, pages 9, 10, 11, and 12 are just the shader language. The documentation, you can go there, but documentation is hundreds of lines. And you have to like dig for it. And I don't know that the GLSL documentation is really the greatest thing I've ever encountered, to be quite honest. Conversions. uint. We can implicitly convert from uint to float. Okay. That's helpful. That's one of those random things which I'd be like, oh, how do you do that? Like, I don't know. Use a typecast? But you don't have to. You don't have to use a typecast. We are free from all the typecasts. So this is a uint. This would be the my texture primary. So we do an implicit. I think it's a layer. Do layer. Well, it changed colors. I think it bounds the wrong texture to the layer. Yeah, no, that's the array. We don't want the array. I want the, well, maybe I want the array. But I want the reference layer. Which means I have to restart again. Again. We restart again. Make sure we're providing all of the data, except the data we actually need. So I guess I could do UVec for layers. And then layer Y should be the shader for it, but it's not. Why is it not? Did we not do the thing? Can we do an index texture like so? sort of. We can sort of do it. I don't think that's what I want. I think we have requested the wrong thing. We've either requested the wrong thing or written the wrong thing to the texture. It did give me a texture, though. Yeah, erase start is -1. Then we have reference layer. Layer. The layer. Not requested or bound. And we have the sub images. Alright, so what if requested is 2? Let's say if requested or no, if array start is 1, then I'll set up the uniforms for the frame. Because maybe it gets bound to like the other side. The other side. The other side. So we got reference type, we have requested. We have ready. Already. File layout and usable. So that's for loading. I guess I could hijack it and say that whether or not it's been bound to something. It's a little bit weird, but I could do it. Or I could clear the requested flag. I could do that, probably, maybe. Yeah, let's try to experiment here with binding to different array. A different array. Do we have the binding of the array? I have a bound flag, which is probably not exactly what I want. Which one? Let's say if it's bound, then the descriptor array can equal the array start. Sure, sure. So I almost want like two different paths here. One for if it's bound and one if it's not. But I want requested. We want requested. Yeah. Yeah. Why is this bound? That's not right. That's not right. Not bound as a predicate to determine if we want array start. Or if we want the image descriptor array index thing. Yeah, let's try that. And then they both end up in the same image, then. My god, it actually loaded a texture. Dare say I am impressed. It had the wrong texture initially, but then it corrected itself, and I don't know what to think of this. Unless all the other textures were like 0. That could have been a thing. That could have been a thing. Now about the other one. The other one is blank. It's dark. Makes me think the wrong texture was acquired. Which was rendered before, but now it's not. So I don't know what to think about that. I also don't know if it comes across, but like... It's kind of stuttery. It's not rendering frames smoothly as I would like. I think that's just a consequence of the setting that I used. So that's textures. Kind of almost working. It dynamically gave the texture ID to the shader. Now I don't have to hard code things in this shader to be like, oh, use this texture. Oh, use this texture. Oh, now use this texture. It just does now. I don't think the textures change very often. Maybe the uniform buffer should be a thing that does the thing. Does the thing. It saves for a certain amount of... You know, it puts the uniforms in the device buffer. Yeah, we put uniforms in a device side buffer for things like textures. Then we don't have to like upload them or keep them in host memory. Because I can't imagine having them in host memory is the greatest thing ever for performance. Like for transforms, maybe it makes sense. But for textures that don't change very frequently, maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. Motion blurring? No, it's not motion blurring, but it is like a, it's like a static blur. I think in the final shader. Yeah, if we just change those. Turn off the blur. Make it nice and crispy. Nice and crispy. 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 All of the crispy. Too crispy. I may have to take a little break. Get up for a minute. Or two. Or 7. My input colors are vector 4s, right? Right. So I could just do like Z, Y, X, W. Now all of your colors are backwards. Or maybe we just want all Z. Oops, all Z. Or maybe we just want the X channel. Or maybe I just want the Y channel. That one is the most monochromatic to it. Everything is green. Shaders be wild. I render myself. No. No. We did not render myself yet. Eventually. Eventually, I'll make it all the way. I feel like I'm almost kind of getting closer. I would need to implement the VRM extensions and all the textures. All of the textures. What was the other pipeline rendering thing that used textures? Was that test? I think it was test. Or was it off screen? I think it was off screen. Which layer to use though? I could use the same texture layer as like texture priority layers X. Is the same index be like texture priority layers Y? That's not very helpful though. about 0? What if 0 is supposed to be the one that I want with the tiles? The one with the tiles. Am I one with the tiles? I don't think I'm one with the tiles. And then what if I want a dynamically uniform expression? Then what do I do? Then what do I do? Which color would I pick? Would I pick this one? Would I pick the other one? Do I pick just like a channel? A uniform thing? A descriptor? Descriptor per draw call? No, that would be that'd be kind of obnoxious. Doable, but obnoxious. I think the layer should always be like 0. Yeah, maybe texture 0 should just be like the kind of, sort of, the thing that doesn't change, and then I could give the different request layers different, uniform offsets, maybe. Because then I could be like, this one at texture 1 could be a different channel. Yeah, it could be a different channel. Or I could just bind the same texture to multiple descriptors. That's fine. 2, I guess. Am I doing inset or am I doing full? I think we're doing full. So I want to get up for a few minutes. And pee. Yes. I must dehydrate myself. That's what that means. Clearly. Unhydrate myself. And then I shall return. Rotation. Rotation. Rotate. On. Un. Rotate. In. Rotate. Rotate. Too many rotate. Yep, I'm back again. What horrors await me today? Horrors, I say. Only been like 3 hours. That's not bad, right? Right. It's not bad, but it's also not exactly entirely what I'm after. So. We got the shaders here. The shaders be going burr. Shaders be like, oh whoa. What this? The shaders be rotating things and coloring things. Why is there a color? Is that the output? That's the output. Okay. And then we have an input, which is like extra. I don't know why I called it extra, but I did. I sort of wonder if there's a way of like providing some sort of like metadata reflection. It'd be like, this is a thing that we could just attach as a qualifier or something to offer a sort of basic level of reflectivity in the shader. I don't think I have anything like that. Other than maybe the variable names. Or the locations of different things. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing. Wait, there's switch case and shaders. Okay. Break, continue, return. Iteration. For while, do, break, continue, while. I don't think you'd want to do iteration in shaders. A helper lane. Be like, that's just sort of random aside. Like, yes, you can do iteration in shaders. It's just not always a good idea. Also, hello there. That's not what I'm looking for, though. I'm looking for a way to do reflection on the shader inputs in the vertex shader. To figure out what kind of components it wants to operate on. Which I could do. I could do outside of the shader. By like reading, I guess the variable names would sort of kind of hint at what I want. But then you'd have to name the variable inputs a very specific way. I don't know if I want to do that. It might? I don't know if it does. Like, it's probably in the Spear V. But I don't parse the Spear V. Do you have this crazy texture on this thing? Shaders. See, no, I use the GSL Lang validator. Spits out Spear V files. And then my engine just ingests the Spear V files directly. So I could parse them. I could parse the Spear V, see what's inside. I currently don't. I don't know that I've had to worry so much about the compilation of shaders. That seems to go pretty okay. Pretty okay. Like, I've never worried about the performance of rebuilding the shaders. It's more like a matter of what kind of metadata can I get from the shaders after they're built. Because I'm thinking through something here, kind of changing, just sort of shifting my thoughts a little bit here. So I have this model, it has textures, that's fine. But now what I'm thinking of is the vertex shader. There's all these inputs, at different locations. Like this one is A, this one is B, this one is normal. Like that's kind of nonsense right there. I don't want it to be A, B, normal. I want it to be like vector 3, the position. Vector 2, you can be like the texture 1 or something. That sort of thing. Ding. Ding. That means a raid is cooking. Done cooking. Yeah, that's what that means. Or she has raided with a party of 6. Hello there. Welcome. How your stream go? A huge raid. Huge monster raid. Somebody dumped like 100 viewers on me once. That was interesting. And that's kind of what I would consider like a huge raid. Bigger than I can handle, probably. 6 though? 6 is a respectable number. We can get behind 6. You're dying to it. Oh no, what did the Vulcan do this time? Did you get any wins from it though, at least? The winds? All the winds. Gone with the winds. All the winds of time. I wonder if I can get... I think there's like a hex dump of this, so it would be model vert. Do I have XXD on here? Sure. Sure. What does this do? Octets per group. Let's do 4. And we'll do model vert spear V. No such thing. Or is it G? GG. Yep, that's a file. Why don't I have scroll back? Thought I had scroll back. Setting up the uniform buffers. Those are important. Sort of. But yeah, if you're early in and you are setting up uniform buffers, then I would kind of assume that you already have like vertex buffers. Because if you don't already have vertex buffers, The vertex buffers are helpful. It's a Triforce of Vulcan wisdom. Rendered, indexed. Has it been instanced though? Instancing. Instancing is fun. Instancing is optional. But yeah, to do vertex buffers, you have to, no, not vertex, uniform. To do uniform buffers, it's tricky. You have to set up, like, gosh darn it. You have to set up, like, a descriptor set and a descriptor set layout, and then you have to put a uniform buffer binding on one of your descriptor set layout bindings, and then you have to do the other thing. The uniform buffers. If you do the uniform buffers and the storage buffers first, then yeah, that does kind of lead to a compute-centric pipeline. Although, they're both kind of the same. Honestly. Like, after you get descriptor sets figured out, descriptor set layout, descriptor set, descriptor pool, you get all that stuff figured out, it's pretty easy to add storage buffers and uniform buffers to things. Or textures. You can do textures as well, because that's part of that whole dilemma. The whole dilemma. I'm still using push constants. Set 1. Binding 0. Uniform. And then we'll use new control instead, I think. Let's see, do I use screen size, screen inverse? No, I don't use those. I do use these three though. So we'll just switch those out. Hopefully that built correctly. I don't know. I think it did though. Yeah, I think that built correctly. I guess I could take these as well, because why not? Let's just get rid of all that. Let's just stop using push constants everywhere. There's an error. I guess I need something in here. Otherwise it's not happy. The buffer's getting created. That's good though. And setting up buffer creation is kind of it can be a little bit tedious. Although after you create buffers, you have to map them. Or you have to copy to them. Did you opt to use uniform buffers in shared memory or like host memory, or did you want to put them on device memory? Because I don't think that's very obvious. And it's been a while since I went through one of the tutorials to find out what they suggest. Maybe I make this thing clear the screen. That could be fun. Be like, this file changed. Clear the screen. Or I could make the watch script update timestamps on some sort of intermediate file. In case it errors out, it doesn't keep trying. It's a small price to pay for dynamically updating shaders. On the one hand, I like the fact that I have push constants, and on the other hand, I don't want to use push constants. Like, at all. Separate queue. You went down the rabbit hole of separate queues, huh? That is potentially useful. It's a bit more work, but it is potentially useful. I kind of want to mess with that a little bit. Like, I think my loader is my loader's function. The one that actually does the upload would be capable of sticking stuff on separate queues. Wait, do I have... Why do I have screen space stuff in here? What was I doing? Why was I doing stuff with screen space? It's all just a bunch of nonsense, I tell you. I kind of want the transform and view. All this screen randomness. That should probably go in set 0. Because I only update those oh so infrequently. The command buffers. All the command buffers. There's two ways you can approach a command buffer. You can either just queue up a command buffer for an upload like right away. So then you don't have to worry about it. Or you can do like a command buffer per frame. And then just rewrite them, which is an easy approach, but also kind of not. Or you can do like a command buffer hierarchy, which is how I think they're supposed to be. Which is how they're designed. So then you could have like frequent operations inside of a secondary command buffer. And you just call multiple times, and then it turns into a tracking and like nightmare headache. I would probably make the command buffers part of the scene graph in some way. That they can be resubmitted. Which is how I want to eventually do it, but right now I have like a command buffer per frame that we just keep rewriting. Because that's pretty easy. Yeah, model loading. I had model loading up. This is not the model that I wanted to load. But I did the texture bindings. Got those fixed up a little bit. A little bit. Just a little bit. There's another uniform buffer somewhere. I don't remember where it is. It's on descriptor set 0. What was in here? There's an input attachment option that I don't use. That's lovely. I think I wanted to use the input attachment for the other uniform buffer. Because I have this one. I think this one is in shared memory. Yeah, shared memory. Just realized that buffer info. It's kind of like the same thing as the uniform structure that I made previously. Yeah, there is an input attachment in layout 0. I don't think I used that. I think that would be in final. Yeah, binding 1. Don't use binding 1. So I could use binding 1 for like a uniform buffer. And then we'll give that to like the vertex buffers. Yeah, okay. Sure, why not? Let's do that. Which means that binding 1 here has to be a uniform buffer, unless I want to do dynamic uniform buffer, which I kind of don't. Let's see, this uses a back buffer. We don't need that. We don't need that no more. Instead, we need a buffer info? No. No, 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 yes, yes, no, no, yes, maybe. Guess I could do offset 0. I don't think I need this many things. I don't think I need this many things. I don't even know what I need to put in this one. Maybe just like a bunch of transforms. So that's gonna be binding 1 from now on, I think, maybe, perhaps. I don't think that sounds right either, because I want to be able to change this per frame. So yeah, that's not gonna work exactly right. Let's just copy and paste, shall we? Shall we? Yes, because I don't feel like writing all of this again. I love being able to copy and paste all the things. Yeah, so now it's going to be, right buffer infos, the back side of that. Get a pointer from it. It doesn't move on me. And then I want like a handful of transforms in here, which is gonna be like at least 3 or 4 matrices. Maybe some other random global variables for shaders. So a matrix would be like 4 vectors. A vector 4, so that'd be like 16 of those. So we do 4 vectors. There's like 5 or 6. Let's just make 6 matrices. No, 8. 8 is a good number. 32. I'll add another. Let's just do 32. 32 arbitrary slots for whatever. And then I want the frame offset to be something. I am so descriptive right now. Not even funny. Buffer shared, acquire. I don't think we acquire very much memory. Why do we not acquire the memories? What if I want to acquire the memories? There should be, I'm gonna need some objects. Very important objects. Let's do timing. I keep trying to type uniform instead of unique. It just keeps happening. It's not my fault. Shaders have taken me. So then I want the shared memory, and we want to acquire a buffer. A buffer reference from device. We'll get the timing buffer. Sure. Timing buffer is important. Yeah. I like how this function is called init textures. As if it has much to do with textures. Transforms. That could be what it's called. Transforms. All of them. I don't remember what I said that they should be, though. Because I dynamically acquired all of them. I could probably bake the buffer info into it, though. Yeah, let's do that. Be like, here, have some buffer info. So then we'll get rid of size and offset, and then we can say info. Info something or other. Range. Range will equal size. Because that's not going to break everything. Wait, does memory refer to a buffer? If not, it probably should. It probably should, but also maybe it doesn't. Oh, why is this so difficult sometimes? Why would I want multiple buffers? Why would I want a uniforms to have a thing? I need to like probably redo my memory API at some point because this is just a little bit confusing. It might be a little bit confusing. A lot of confusing. What about this one? I mean, I could put a buffer in here. That would be like if we have a buffer and when we acquire a buffer, could do the buffer ID equals that one. I guess is a bit of a hack. Life hack. I'm gonna do info buffer equals our buffer ID if we have one. And then I say enthusiastically, I don't have to put a right info in here. This one can just be for the frame vert uniforms info. And it's already filled out for me. I don't have to like put a copy of it somewhere. Oh, we do frame, fragment uniforms, info. That seems like a step in the appropriate direction. Towards memory management that makes some semblance of sense. Some semblance of nonsense. Hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. This is set 1. This is 0. Set 0. So I want one of these for the shared buffers as well now. Should be like frame transforms. Make one of these. And the appropriate size. That is not what that's supposed to do. You know, the join function doesn't always do what I want, but when it does, it's helpful. Right, and then we do device, and then grab the... what was it? The shared memory? I guess we'll grab some of that for the transforms. Yeah. Okay. So that will allocate some memory for me. For the transforms uniform buffer thing. Which is specific to like the individual frames. So then if I have the frame or the vertex, we have the vertex uniforms. Those are going to be a little bit different. So we'll do the projection matrix, I think it was. But I'm going to take the transform out of the list here. Which is going to break everything. And I don't want to break everything, so we're going to give it that instead. This one is now 2 matrices. This one would be once per frame. This one would be per batch. don't really want to use push constants, but like if or how to push constants. Because I don't really want to forget. I'm likely to forget. But I don't think we need those anymore. Cleaned up all of the push constants and I'm now satisfied with their absence. I think. So, do I make the changes to the shaders first, or do I just, like, let it do what it wants to do? I don't think that would be a very good idea. Yeah, I don't think that would be a very good idea. See, that one doesn't have any. What is that? Test. Then we have final, which is basically test. Then we have off screen. Which does still use the push constants because apparently I did not do anything with them. So I would want the control block, which will consist of object view, the screen sizes, we're not really doing push constants anymore. So this would be set 1 binding. I think it's 0. I think it's 0. Yeah, I think it's 0. I'm pretty sure it's 0. Don't remember. Guess I'll find out pretty quickly. Alright, and then we want the model because the model has the same kind of transform thing going on here. Yeah, it's set 1 binding 0. Okay. And on the other side it's set 0 binding 1. Coincidence? I think not. Don't get them messed up or else. Or else, do you hear me? Or else. So these should be in like shared memory. They'll get set up once per frame. And then this one is like a bunch of extra transforms. And I might like I might make these per instance or something, or per attribute. I don't really know what I want to do with these. I'm not exactly sure yet. Probably attach all the joints to this stuff though. That might work. So then when a batch comes along and wants to like do a transform with a bunch of joints, I put them in here. So I'd set one, I guess. So let's see what a disaster this has turned out to be. Totally crashes. Uniform is a null pointer. Yeah? Probably. Probably would help if I actually, you know, put a pointer in there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Because as far as I know... Wait, why is there a transform here? And a transform here? It's like I started to do it, and then I didn't. And then I did it down here instead, and I was like, oh. Problematic. Slightly problematic. Slightly significantly problematic. So if we fix that, then will you work? Pretty please. Pretty please. Compile and build and don't crash. And it transforms. And it loads all my textures in one go. And timing still exists here, despite the fact that I probably did not do the setup for that properly. It's like this acquires memory, and then this acquires memory. And then when it comes to like binding those, so I don't have the magic offset here. I think that's in device, timing, info. Alright, where else? Where else? Yeah, we'll do device, timing, float 32, sure. It's almost like I had this sort of halfway figured out before. Yeah, now it's like device, timing, vector 4, pointer. Yay, 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 yay. No more hard-coded thing. Does it still work? I still have my timing graph. It still spins. It still spins, 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 spins. Great, now that I fixed all of the uniforms, now what do I do to them? Whatever shall I do? Pointer arithmetic. Highest quality pointer arithmetic. Arithmetic. So I want to go back to find descriptor sets. In the draw frame command thing. Status flags. Wait, there are status flags? E? E? Eep? I think I wanted to find 1 and 0 separately. Just reasons. Or what if I bound 2? Yeah, what if I bound like 1 and 2 at the same time? Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. It might make sense, but it also might not make sense. And then we're gonna copy those and put them down here in the drawing things. I guess. Maybe also per batch? I don't know. Hydrate. Somebody finally found the hydrate. Ex-egoist found the hydrate. Yep, I'm a little bit thirsty. Speaking of thirsty, it appears to be pouring rain outside. Absolutely lovely day out there, yep. Delicious hydration. Delicious hydration. I put the smallest amount of like salt in there. So it has a little bit of sodium. So that it's not totally just deionized or something. I gotta get my ions, right? Yeah, yeah. Get all of my ions. Yum. Alright, so what was I? What was I doing? Where was I? I was thinking about descriptor sets. Reading about descriptor sets. Stretches. I don't think anyone's used the stretch. I got up at like the 3 hour mark because I was like, nobody's redeeming stretches. Maybe they know. Maybe they know that my toes still hurt. Even though I said it was fine. Turned the redeem back on. Now somebody's gonna do it, right? Nobody needs me to stretch, right? Right. No, wait, that's not how that works. This is supposed to be 1. Stretch? Actually stretch this time? Glad I copied or caught the 1 here. I think I would have missed that and been like, why does it not work? It's supposed to work. If it doesn't work, then what am I doing? So yeah, I guess we have some stretching to do. I feel like there should be default texture. Different default texture. Different default texture. I do kind of like the fact that it like loads in the texture. That's kind of fun. But also a different default texture would be kind of nice. Why don't I just have one of these? Not really necessarily for breaks time, but like... but for stretching time specifically. I'm allowed to do that, right? Right. How do you spell it? Yeah. Stretch time. Stretch time. That's a new one. That is definitely a new one that I have not used before. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. I have not stretched enough recently, that's for sure. I have to get out of my chair to do it. That looks awkward. Extremely awkward. Ow, ow, ow. But also not ow, ow, ow. How about this one? This one. Very ow, ow, ow. Sort of want to see what's going on with all the rain. Yay. I'll be back. I couldn't help but look out the window at all the water. It be raining out there. I might did some stretches. Cause stretches are good every so often. Might have to make a note to do more stretches throughout the days. particularly when I'm not streaming. Because I do not think that I did enough stretching over the past week. Then again, I don't know. A stretch LED. The LEDs are already kind of a stretch. Wait, why don't I have a stream preview? I was supposed to have a stream preview, and I just now realized, 4.5 hours in, that I don't have one on my little dashboard screen. That's how much I have not been paying attention. Figure the OBS thing is good enough, except that's just not quite the same. Doesn't show me the delay. So, set 2. Set 2 is kind of like a holdover. Set 1 is also kind of a holdover. Both of these kind of belong in, I guess you could say, a scene graph. Like set 2 would be used for the texture of a given object. And then set 1 is a bunch of transforms for a variety of objects. Now set 1 also has texture data. Maybe I put the uniforms for the texture data into set 2. Don't know if it makes a difference or not. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It's time to get my old friend, the configurator. That did not work. And I don't know if it's because I changed the binding configuration here. Or what? But I did something. And now it's broken again. Well, this should print out, but they don't. That's something I'll have to fix. There's a bunch of write errors. Output not consumed. A bunch of best practices violations. Update descriptor sets. Descriptor right. Buffer info 0. Must be a multiple of device limit miniform uniform buffer offset alignment when descriptor type is uniform buffer. Device limit. Device limit. So, if we go to wherever those get allocated, I guess. We'll do device. I don't have the device. Why don't we have the device? I need the device. Alright, device. Okay, we have device. So we go back into acquire here. Now we have the device. So it's a limit. Uniform. So that means that in the device there are properties. Maybe. Maybe. Sure, sure. So find this one, I guess, and we'll put this one here so that it has everything in scope, so I can access the device. And then in the device, there's like a bunch of properties, and then one of the properties, I think it's memory properties. No, it's I think it's a physical device property. And then I want minimum uniform buffer offset alignment. Yeah, I don't usually use those too often. But here we will, to make sure that it doesn't anger the validation layer. It also might help if we rebuild the project after that little change there. Could be. I also don't know if I did the other little change. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. I don't know what that is, but it's not what I wanted. Undefined to read only. I mean, I could clear the one thing. Destroy device. Bunch of descriptor set layouts are not cleaned up. Yeah, that's fantastic. Destroy all. Destroy all. Destroy all. We don't do the descriptor layouts, do we? Oh, that's part of shutdown. If it's part of shutdown, then why are we not, like, destroying the descriptor set layout? Which I don't remember the definition of. Descriptor layout. Why did I call it that? And then the allocators overrides, which we don't care about. We really don't care about those. So that should maybe kind of, sort of, perhaps clean up the descriptor set layouts that I didn't clean up before. More of that. There's an attribute that's not getting consumed. There's a descriptor set that is kind of large here. Wait, do I still have push constants? I feel like I still have push constants somewhere. Pipeline layout. The descriptor set layouts. Yeah, we have push constants. Why do we have all the push constants? We don't need that many anymore, do we? No. I mean, honestly, I don't really think I need any at all. This could just be 0. This could be 0. Not 0, null. No more push constants. We finally get rid of all of them. They're not horrible, but I don't need them for this case. Okay, doesn't explode, doesn't explode, doesn't explode. There's a high number of fences. I don't know if I want to clean up that or not. Pageable device local memory extension. I don't know what that does, but I'm curious what implementing it entails. Undefined, read only. Yeah, what if I give the squish? What if I give the so-called blank texture a content? Just an empty texture in here. And so instead of being read-only optimal, we could do transfer destination. Sure, maybe. No, because I need a copy command. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I don't think there's another barrier layout thing in here. Nope, don't think so. Or there's this one. Oh, that's before empty end commands. No, that's the previous one. That's not what I want. Yeah, I mean, I guess I need I guess I need one here. Surprised I still have not made this a command yet. Or a function. Function, that's what it is. So do that, and then we'll do device. I guess it would be command clear color image. Sure. Let's see, what do I need for this? An image layout. I should have that, right? Color clear value. And there's one. Then there's a sub-resource. And both of these have to exist. Clear color value. Image sub-resource range. Image sub-resource range. Pageable device local memory. Trade out one validation error for dozens. I'll have to give each allocation a memory priority. Oh my god, why? I don't feel like implementing paging for a GPU right now. What this? Aspect, nip level. Wait, shouldn't I have this on the info? Yeah, there's a sub-resource range. So yeah, pageable device memory sounds like a headache. Probably because it is. Alright, and then the clear color value is going to be a union of different flavors. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I guess I'll do float. We'll do... What is it called? We'll do 0, 5. Float 0, 5. Float 0, 5. Float 1. Float. If we clear the image, then it can't complain again. Now can it? Can it? No, I don't think it can. Maybe it can, I don't know. sort of have to pee again. Already. Hasn't even been that long. Okay, that runs. I want the validator to run it though. I can get this. Prefer load up clear or clear color attachment. Well, it's a texture, so what am I supposed to do with you? Upload not clear texture something or other? AMD. Yeah, it's just the best practices. I guess there's just no getting away from it. Load up clear. Load up clear or clear color. Clear attachment. It's not an attachment though, it's a texture. I will never understand. It's fine, it's not performance or anything. It's really not performant. Fences might be performant related. I don't think I need that many fences. I don't even know what all the fences I have are even doing. What am I doing with all my fences? I'll tell you what my fences aren't doing. They aren't keeping the sheep inside. If your sheep are not in the fences, are you even sheeping right? So if I start this up, does it like load the sort of weird empty color? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. What if I use a uniform object? And the uniform object with all the textures has... This is a random thought, unrelated to what I was just thinking, because that happens all the time. That seems to happen a lot of times. What did I call it? I think it was fragment uniforms. Yeah, that sounds familiar. And then we will do... Let's see, we have an array. So what I want to do is like array start times 4. Because reasons. Commands. Tell all the commands, Nightbot. Give all commands. There's a lot of commands. They do all the things. They do so many things. So now that we have An offset supposedly, maybe, kind of, sort of, I could use. That to index into the textures. Why Windows? Because I started off on Windows. Porting the project is, it would be a little bit difficult. It would probably be a lot of bit difficult, actually, come to think of it. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not opposed to porting the project, but the fact is that I just haven't gotten around to it. It's probably on my giant list of things to do. Also, kind of the biggest reason, I use multiple monitors. Multiple monitors has given me so much grief on my Linux desktop. I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what sort of black magic voodoo I have to do to get the Linux desktop to deal with multiple monitors in a way that makes sense. If I make this into an array of these, yeah, an array. And we say array index 1. And then this is texture pry layers 1x. There. There. Texture. Oh, why there's so many indirection layers. So many indirection layers. Tiling? I'm not using GNOME or KDE. I use something else entirely. It's called like Window Maker. Window Maker, yeah. And like all of the desktops, all of the individual screens are, they're separate for whatever reason. Like I can't just take a window and drag it over to the other screen, because it won't let me. And I would be hard pressed to find whether or not the what's it called? What's it called? I don't know what the what's it called is. But I have not been able to get Windows on one screen to go to another screen using any window manager. And, you know, I'm just not a huge fan of, like, the KDE environment. I just don't care for it. It's too much. It does a bunch of things that I don't like. I like minimalism, I guess you could say. I want what's off screen. Gotta fix off screen as well, I think. We'll do 4 of these, I guess. There's probably more of them, but you know. Why did I give this such a thing? Such a long thing. Can this be just... Let's just rename this to layers. Like 0x. It's too long. And this one could be layers 0 y. Y. Oh, just y. Not x. How do I fix? How do I fix what? Don't know how to fix what. All I am saying is that it's weird that the windows don't go on the different screens, and I don't think a desktop environment change is going to do anything. I could try it. I could be totally wrong, but like, I think that it won't. Shaders are good. The shaders are good. I think I've hit too many layers of abstraction on both the conversation here and the what's it called? The program. It's funny that I get this question a lot, though. It's just like, EII. Why does everyone ask me this? I can't have the unique situation of having multiple monitors. Multiple monitors has to be a thing. Right? Right? Right. Like, I have 2 monitors. They're on the left and they're on the right. So, like, on Windows, I can just take this window here and be like, shoop, it's gone, it's off on the other screen now. Shoop, it's here, it's on this screen now. I can't do that for whatever reason in, like, Window Maker. And probably not X in the either. X in the either. They spy on me? They think I like the program? I don't know. Just turn all that random stuff off. And then Windows behaves acceptably. It lets me use most of my what's it called? My screens. Also, there's the whole thing about the what's it called? I play all my games on Windows. If not, I have to use like something like Proton, and Proton does not play nicely with everything. Like it works. Proton covers most of my bases. But it's still inconvenient. Doesn't always work. Or at least it doesn't play nicely with my weird Windows things. My you know, if I go into the whole thing with multiple desktops, then you're gonna be tempting me to like run the desktop environment. Be like E. Gizmo things. Thing gizmo. I wouldn't say it's one command away. It's like two. I just shut down my VM. Give the screen back. I don't feel like doing that right now. What I do feel like doing right now is getting up and taking another break. Because I think it is about that time. Well, can I? Oops. Why does it do that? I just want to select. Selecting's so hard. Selecting's so hard. Here, I will leave you with the spinning. What's it called? The spinning Eris. Which now initializes properly every single freaking time. The cat loaf is gone. Part of my objective with working on development here is actually to like load the cat loaf into the engine that I'm writing. I feel like I'm close. Very, very close. If you say something is popular, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that I would like. Because it turns out that a lot of the stuff that I like is very unpopular. Go figure. I like esoteric things, apparently. The low poly loaf. The low poly cat loaf. Not even on this scene. No, the spinning cat's on the other scene. The other scene is like less screen, but it has the cat loaf on it. Viva la cat loaf? The screen is smaller. Yeah, the screen is smaller, but it has cap. It has spin cap. I love having spinning stuff, apparently. Cat is good. Cat is very good. Cat is content. Cat is very loaf. Cat is peak cat. Right, now, about that whole getting out of my chair nonsense. Meow. Meow. Oh, cat. It's happened. I've returned again. V. Wait, V? Oh, V is not the letter E. Why am I saying V? Why am I saying V? V is not the letter. And letter is not the V. Nope. Nope. What the hell? The thunder has stricken. Stricken? The thunder has stricken. Yes. Clearly. Spinning cat. Gotta keep people on their toes. I might be cozy, but I'm a little bit chaotic. A little bit too chaotic. Sometimes. I haven't gotten into the pretzels yet. I figure if I open up any of the snacks, then I will be inclined to, like, partition them out in some way. Or transfer them into some other container so that they don't go stale. And they have not yet had an opportunity to do so. Spin, 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 spin. I wonder if I can use... Where is it? A coordinate from, like, a previous shader stage as the offset into this list array of layers. The list array of layers. Array of list layers. Yeah. Layers. Because if I could do that, then everything would go together nicely. Where was the layout thing at? Was it set 1? I think it was set 1. So we allocate set 1. We get layout 1. So we want this from both vertex and fragment. Yeah, this is a bit of an experiment. Let's see, I need the model, I think. Only this time we're gonna go into the vertex shader here. I'm gonna get the vertex shader settings for the uniforms from type 1 here. The output is going to be a vector 3. I don't know if that's broken or not. Two-component vector to three-component vector is not happy. Okay. Fine. Fine. I will convert the vector. It's not fine. I don't think that was it. I think it was that I am trying to create an output here. From an input coordinate. It's like this one. Okay, so this one I want to get text layers 1y. And then if we pass all the layers through here to get the same thing. And then if we change the offset in this shader, that should do the thing. Yeah? Okay. So now the vertex shader is in charge of which texture layer we're using here. Which I think is fine. Maybe. Possibly. So if I add another output, or yeah, output. Make location 2. Flat must be qualified. Qualified? How do we qualify that? Is that like flat? Like so, I guess. I never really did that before, but okay. And then we're going to do texture layers 1x. And then I guess zeros for the rest of them. Okay, and then this one is going to input from the MISC channel here. Wait, so that actually works? I guess that's convenient if it actually stays put, because that means that the vertex shader can control which layer. So like we could use that layer for that object, or we could use this layer for this object. So this could potentially come from an input attribute, I think. I don't know. I don't actually know. I guess I could do like, item. Why did I call it an item? No, it's not an item. It's like a texture index. And then I could say like if the normal crosses some sort of weird threshold, then I could set it to a different texture. What would that look like? Like, what if I did this calculation in here? And was like, if loom is greater than 0.06 4. How about 4? Set the texture index to 1. Swizzle out of range. The code generated. Yeah. Wrong variable? Wrong variable. Yeah, because that's not weird looking at all. Oh dear. I would have expected it to be like the tiles, though. This is truly a very unique shader here. So maybe it can't change the index. Unless it can, and I just like have the wrong texture thing, or it gets like colored weird. I don't know. It's maybe a little bit of a weird texture right here. Like, what even would you call this kind of effect? I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure these are supposed to like link to one another though. And it kind of almost sort of seems like they don't. I don't know what to think about that. Like, it does work with one or the other. But having both is kind of a weird one. Okay, we do last. Last, maybe, possibly. I don't know. I don't know. When in doubt, we can just copy lines. Yeah, it almost looks like the wrong texture. Sometimes sneaks in there. So I don't know how that would work. Clearly doesn't. How do you end up with some vertices at some coordinates, but some vertices not at the other coordinate? You don't. Kinda sorta don't. Yeah, that's probably why this index here is weird. Because the layer is getting interpolated. Yes, I have figured it out. Indeed, yeah, okay. I understand. Finally, I understand, yes, okay. It looks funny, but I think I get it. I think I get it. I want a hard cutoff. It has to be layered in the texture in the 2D array in such a way that it is one or the other. This is such a weird effect. Put the shading back in there. The 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 not the calculating luminance in the vertex shader is nice and all, but not what I want to do. In theory, I could just put the texture data, this stuff, in the vertex buffer itself. I don't know if that's a good idea. Unless there's some variable I can reference. There could be some variable. Let's look up all of the variables. In the reference card here. The vertex, the built-in variables. There's vertex ID and instance ID. Those are different in Vulkan, but they are basically the same thing. So we have point size, position, input. Yeah, we only have these two integers as the input. That does not give me a whole lot of options here. Draw is important. Spin, spin, spin in the background. Attribute instance right divisor. Now vertex attributes are assigned to an instance. An instance rendering is enabled. Divisors and the same attribute will be applied to n successive instances before moving on to the next vertex attribute. That's kind of a weird extension. Input address calculation. I don't know what that's all about. Input extraction. Don't need that. Wait, ooh. Thunderstorm. Thunderstorms are maybe ooh. Ooh. Stormy. Delicious. Stormy. Supposedly there's an input assembly that features breaking up the primitives into like multiple things when you encounter a marker primitive. I wonder if that increments anything in either of the shaders, or if I'm just completely and totally misremembering this entire thing. Pre-info. Input assembly. Restarting. Restart enable controls whether a special vertex index is treated as restarting the assembly. This enable only applies to index draws. Draw indexed. Draw index indirect. Draw multi-indexed. You need restart to be enabled. What does draw multi-index do? I don't know, but I might be able to abuse input attributes on the instances. Figure out which texture to use. Which, I mean, I kind of want to do that anyways, for other reasons. Because I don't really want to have the layers in here. I don't want that to be a thing. It's just like all over the place. It seems weird to have this layer of indirection here and then not use it. Like, how would I tell which instance I'm rendering? Do I just use like the instance ID? That doesn't make entirely a whole lot of sense. I mean, sure, I could do it, but it doesn't let me batch things as easily. Batching things, yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Very Extra, one of the things I have is like the, be like the joint offsets. I could abuse that for texture material indices. I don't know if I wanted to do that though. I could do something with, I don't know. I don't know. Now it totally escapes me. But yeah, this doesn't get used here, does it? If I do it this way? This way and that way and this way and that way, unless I wanted to make it like per pixel or something silly like that. How did I do it? Uint. And then if illumination is less than 10, x equals 0. And then we'll do texture, layers, material index, X, because that's not a huge mouthful of stuff. Taxi. Taxi is a fun name. Now that's a bit of an effect right there. Sure. Now I can have all of the textures. Except the ones that I actually want. Oh, here's a silly idea. What if I used this green texture inside of another thing? That can't possibly end well. Because technically I have access to the off-screen fragment, or maybe the final. I think it was final. The final fragment shader. Yeah, if we just put that in here. And then we sample that. Maybe set the bias to 0. I don't know how I want that to work. I don't think that works. I don't think I can do that. Not easily, anyway. This flat one, this one is the one with the edge texture. Shaders are wild. Wild, I tell you. Wild and crazy and forever. Wait, this is model. I want test. I think. Or is it off screen? I don't remember. It disappeared. It disappeared. It does not like me doing that. Let's not use the screen texture for anything. Yeah, that doesn't sound... It doesn't sound like it's gonna behave. Now I'm just messing with shaders. Just mess with all of the shaders until I find something that's fun. Air quotes. Fun. Fun enough. It will be fun enough. I guess. Maybe. I need to do something else instead of shaders. I've been in shader land for... I don't know. Some amount of time. It's definitely been some amount of time. And I've kind of reached an inconclusive conclusion. More specifically, I think I've hit the point where it's, I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word is, but I'm not getting anywhere. Although every time I put something into like the fragment shader, I'm like, oh, what if the vertex shader can do that instead? Yeah, I don't think I should be editing in this tiny window. It's just a little thought that occurred to me. But yeah, we have this still a constant in here. There's still a constant. What if I want something else? Like, the instance index or whatever it was called. Yeah, that thing. That thing. And then we do draw indexed. And then I think this value on the end is probably the instance offset. I think. If we just set that to 1. Conveniently set that to 1. And then wait for it. Yeah, but conveniently set that to 1 and then could use that as my material offset or something. It seems legit. Until it's not. At least it will consistently load the thing for a while. Ow. Probably. Maybe. I feel I have ended up in a rift. An unending rift of random activities. This means that we need the wheel. The wheel. I deleted my last wheel. Yeah. Do I find the previous wheel? Or do I make up a new wheel of tasks? Wheel of tasks. I don't know what to pick. What will I do next? More pipelines, maybe. Do I establish a scene? A scene? Do I actually do a scene graph instead of being like, oh, I'll do that later? The RTX? Where was the ray tracing stuff at? It was build structures, I think. Very to do. Yeah, it's like we create a command buffer. We put acceleration structures in a buffer. We create acceleration info structure thing. Which would require a buffer for the acceleration. And then we also need structures for the other layers. Requested device address. We don't need that. Manage lifetime of an acceleration structure. An acceleration structure has a buffer, probably, maybe. I don't even question it. I'm just like, I guess I'll do this. Let's see. Do I want this to be a lightweight object or a more complex object? I don't know. I'm gonna say this is a bit more of a complex object. Which means I want to hold on to a reference to the device. Mm-hmm. Let's say copy constructor is a no. Move constructor is maybe also a no. An equals operator is going to be a no. An equals copy operator is going to be a no. A destructor can be destroy. Destroy can be if, handle, dev, what's it called? Destroy. Where did all of my completions go? I don't know where they all went. Member reference. Is that what you're complaining about? Bad member reference. There's lots of stuff that goes into one of these. Yeah. See, I'm probably also going to need a buffer. Probably dedicated to this. The operator VK acceleration structure. So in C++ land, there is there's a bunch of things that let you infer different types based on other types So if you do an operator and then you put like a type name after it as a function-like thing, this is a function that converts this type that you're defining it on. And you're kind of creating like this implicit, here you can implicitly cast VAccel struct into a VK acceleration structure KHR. And if you do that, we call this function. So we can just implicitly be like, this function wants a VK acceleration structure KHR, which is just a pointer. So if you pass a VAccel struct to it, it will implicitly return the pointer inside here. Instead of me having to do dot handle. So like destroy acceleration structure takes a handle. Create acceleration structure. I mean, it technically takes a handle reference, I think. Or a device. It takes a device. That takes a device. I don't really know if there's a very good examples buried in here. Because this was all just me kind of being like, to do, read this, to do, read that. And it is all what it is. It's all what it is. Buffer device address. Shader device address. I don't know that I need shader device address. Like this part down here. This is if I want to do like dispatch to ray tracing. Like ray shaders. And then if I don't want to use ray shaders, I could use the acceleration structure with the ray functions inside of a regular shader. I'm not really sure which one I want to go with. Ray shaders would be kind of interesting to learn, but they're also a lot more setup than just having the acceleration structures. Alright, now that I made this object, or structure, or whatever it's called, I should probably put that up above. Probably V device, or frame, or something. Buffer. No, probably below buffer. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Can't really have structures that reference each other. That would not make sense. I don't think I call this function yet. I think I set up the function, be like, oh, maybe I'll do this. But yeah. I don't want to call that until I'm sure. Absolutely sure. I don't know, foo something. Bool. The bool. Yeah, weird postfix types like that. If you want to do it, I guess you can. It's a weird thing that they added to the language at some point. I think it's more centered around the idea that you would use that syntax for lambdas, or... Yeah. No? Yeah. But you can also use them for other things. I guess. Maybe. I don't know anymore. I'm just kind of trying to think through this silly acceleration structure thing. I need a buffer for it. And I don't know how big it's going to be. Let's find host memory. Memory host. The official name. I don't actually know if I know what the official name is offhand. Not without looking it up. I could probably find it though. Why is that there? Why is that there? Where's my tab at with all this stuff? All of the things. Yeah, I think it's part of classes. Class declaration. Deduction. Something. Don't know if it's deduction something. It's an operator of some flavor. Explicit conversion operator. conversion. Type conversion functions. User-defined conversion function. That's what it is. This is form 1, which is implicit conversion. I don't think I've ever seen form 3 though. That's new. That's C++ 20. Expression. What's the expression mean? Conditionally enable, huh? Conditionally explicit. Conditionally explicit. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen that. But of course that's C++ 20 and I haven't looked up all the 20 features. So, yeah. That could be potentially maybe sort of useful in some situation. Alright, what is this? What do we have here? We have a buffer. A buffer. A memory buffer. Okay, what if I want to create a buffer for acceleration structures? Yeah, like we create a giant buffer for shared memory, device memory. I don't know how big these have to be. I have no idea how big these have to be. So why don't we just create another one? You like buffer create. And then we make a buffer for acceleration. Sure. Let's see, that's stuff that I borrowed that I don't really need. Memory. Memory, I think we need memory. So the buffer is going to be this accelerator buffer. I wanted to like reset this. Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised I don't have like a substructure for buffers. Then I wouldn't have to reset all of my arenas. I could just be like, I want to allocate this thing inside of this memory, and then this memory is going to be like this other thing. Except it's not. Is it? No. Like, how much memory did I actually give the device now that I think about it? Device local? 56 megabytes? Sure. So I actually don't want this to be like whatever that is. I kind of just want this to be like memory, probably device local memory. And then if I want to like put memory arenas in it, I could probably do that. Yeah, what if I make this thing an extension? Like here, you want memory, right? Right? No. Although that would be incredibly useful. Is it to do maybe, or maybe I just do it now? Maybe? Possibly? Very, See, like this acquires a host memory. And then it also acquires device buffer memory, I guess. And then there's a pointer, because of course there always is a pointer. There wasn't a pointer, then what are we doing? Yeah, if the buffer for the device were not a buffer object, but instead one of these sort of meta buffer objects. And then I could be like, maybe. I don't know if I want it to be the same as memory, though. It should probably be its own thing. I had to guess. I don't type. Okay, we'll put you up here then. Sure, be that way. Oh wait, you have to actually return. It's not like some other languages, which shall remain unnamed for the moment. The buffer. We will get the memory requirements for the buffer. And it will work an awful lot similar to the thing. The thing. Oh, the thing. Let's see, the limit is going to be the requirements. I guess it'd be size. So would it be free or would it be... I don't know if there's anything else I have to do with one of those. Be like, here, have a size. Have a size. I guess I could give it like a pointer, I guess, maybe. That's a thing that I could do. Yeah, and then we're going to put this in the buffer object. The buffer object, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'll get myself some pointers, because of course we need pointers. So if we're adding memory to a buffer, buffer has a host address, which is going to be the host address of the thing above plus the acquire pointer. Which will sort of naturally kind of, it will flow down the stream. So then the device buffer is going to have an ID. Very much an ID. Then this should go to that function call. This should be a pointer. That's gonna break a bunch of stuff. Of course it is. And then this one is going to be probably the buffer. Device. The buffer device. And we have the arena on that. Or I could just like have a pointer to the buffer instead. Yeah. Buffer device. Wait, the device doesn't have a pointer. Uh, what the heck does this get used for? Enter vertex host. That's supposed to be like the host address then. How'd I end up with buffer device host address? Instead of like pointer. Like the host pointer. Yeah, why is there not a host pointer? I think it's the memory host address. And then we have the buffer on the device. So this will be like the buffer device arena, a buffer device arena. No matching member function. Oh yeah, all of these. These have to go into buffers as well, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't want them to be, I don't want them to be the memory objects. I want them to be in the buffer objects. Surprised I didn't do that before. Buffer host. Buffer ID. Gotta find all the references to memory host, I guess. I guess. Otherwise, there's probably gonna be some dangling ones. Create buffer. Buffer A. I don't want to be in X mode. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep, map memory. Yeah, all the memory. With this. Create a buffer with all of the memory. I guess? Maybe? Is that what I'm seeing here? that should be a host pointer. Means we want the buffer on the host. I don't want that one. Upload. Upload. What does this get used for? Memory on the host. I don't know if there's any host memory left after all that. Buffer device. They're like buffer host or something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is really just the host buffer that we're copying from. Destroy all the buffers till there's nothing left. Nothing and no help. None. I really just allocate all of the host memory into one giant buffer. Okay, the question here becomes, did I break it? Is it broken? Does it still work? Or does it crash? Does it even build? Pointer base. I don't think it builds. Allocate. So this is going to be the buffer host. Then this one. Now, where's offset host come from? A buffer host, and then we have the host address. comes from the beginning of the thing. How about now? Don't know if it's complete. Don't know if it will crash. Don't know if it will run. Don't know if it will die a horrible death. Died a horrible death. Pointer vertex host. I don't know if I want that. I don't think I want this. What if I want a reference to it? Yeah, then what? Yeah. Otherwise it's gonna do the wrong thing. And I don't think I should be acquiring buffers. Oh, so manually. Oh, hey, it runs again. What do you know? There's an error here. There's a buffer that did not get freed. I guess it's the new one that I created, the Excel buffer. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't need that one. But we do need to, like, free memory from the buffer that I created here. What is it? Excel? I think it's Excel. Not to be confused with Excel. It is a very different spelling indeed. Who would have thought that by going on this random tangent, that I would make my code actually better in some way. Actually fix things. I'm disappointed at my missing wheel. of fate. Now I have to find it again. Which is going to be a massive pain. That's why you don't keep to-do lists in the Wheel of Fate. Fate just might turn upon you. Like that. Mm-hmm. Alright, now that I have this buffer, supposedly, that gets destroyed, gets acquired, I have one of the pieces of the puzzle that I need. So there should be an acceleration buffer device, I guess. Wait, is this not part of device? Maybe it's buffer Excel. Because I've changed it. Size. What's the size? What's the size gonna be? How big do I make an acceleration structure? Infinitely large. I think there is a very specific size. Oh, what's this thing called? I don't know how big to make one of these. I have no idea. The offset's supposed to be 256 aligned, so I guess at least that size, maybe. Probably bigger. I'd wager a guess. Possibly, maybe. We'll put that in there. We'll put that there. And then I guess we'll have create structure. Maybe. Yeah. I need the device. We need it. Do we have device? They call it something else. Is there a handle? There's a handle. Why did we not auto-complete the handle? Why does it never auto-complete the handle? Alright, so we need a size for this thing. I guess. Manage the lifetime of an acceleration structure. Get acceleration structure build sizes. Maybe that will tell me. Get acceleration structure build sizes. Turns the size required for the structure and the size required for the scratch buffer. Given the parameters, size and bytes required in a scratch buffer or an update operation and a scratch buffer for a build operation. So we have the build info. In the structure. We would have to create build type. Whether or not host or device operations are being queried. Well, I want to make it on the device. That sounds more fun. Build geometries. This is the other thing that I would need, maybe? Source and destination and mode of build info are ignored. The host address member of triangle's data transform will be examined to check if it is null. A structure created with the acceleration structure size is returned by this command will support any builder update with a geometry structure subject to the following properties. Type and flag. So basically, like, if we have this much geometry, it should be able to do the thing. The game engine is more vulnerable to stack buffer overflow. To run a back door. As opposed to what? It probably is more vulnerable in half the cases, because a lot of the games don't focus too heavily on, like, security. And if they do, they're kind of crazy. There's a lot of security practice that goes into their design. For each element, geometry, something pointer plus plus. So I guess I have to fill out the build acceleration structure geometry info thing. First. And that should give me, like, the size I would need for creating one. Unless right acceleration structure properties is a thing? I don't know what that does. Triangles opacity micromap. I'm also gonna need, like, scratch buffers. Where's this at? Build KHR. Build range info. primitives, vertices, command buffer. Got this thing. There are some structures. Scratch data is not provided as a buffer, it's an address. It's an address? So if I want to get the address, I would have to get the device's address? Or the address of some structure on the device? Yeah. Okay, so how about geometry? Geometry. Fill in the structure. Structure type. Uptime. 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 I might be able to demo it. If I didn't break it, then it should still work. I can't exactly say it's a treat of visual fidelity here. Yeah, I can rotate the thing. I rotate the view with the mouse. And it's rendering this model for me. Which now renders correctly. The water. The water. I don't know if I've had the water. When was the last water? Not terribly recently. Same for some improvised water. I changed the camera position. I'm not really sure what you mean by change the camera position. There is like an entire camera subsystem. It doesn't work because that was written for OpenGL. I mean, it's maybe it sort of works. Works relatively relative to the models in the scene. I don't think it will work on this scene though, because this scene doesn't have proper model positions. I don't really know that I would call that shadowing. That's a shader effect. And I don't really know if I would have terrain because it's supposed to be in space. So that's probably like really far down the list of things that I would actually touch. There were the OpenGL version had like an environmental system. Intel. Intel? No, there's no Intel. It's an AMD CPU. Geometry count. If I had geometry count of top, then it's in the geometry. In the geometry object. Structure type. Acceleration. Structure type. I want a top level. I feel like I'm gonna need more than one of these. So maybe I copy and I paste. Info count. Why is there an info count? No info count. Range info. I guess I could use span size. That would be a thing. The arc. The arc. Flags. You can build acceleration structure. Disable. Allow disable. Empty mode. Build. No, that's not part of flags. source structure, destination structure. I guess these can be null. Geometry count. See, if it's top level, then it's 1. Then we have a pointer to the geometry. Or we have a pointer of geometry. I think for this one, it would be a pointer to a geometry's object. Then, would it be instances? I don't actually know. Yeah, I think I want whatever the top level one is here. Don't know what the top level one will be. I think it's instances, though. Let's do instances. Instances. I should just look this up. Go like page 3198. Instances. Intel. I mean, Intel has been making integrated graphics for like a long time. And I don't think that they're going to back out of graphics cards, because I think there is a market there. I don't know exactly how much market share they're going to end up with, but they're definitely going to be, I feel like they're going to be a contender for a while. Because there is lots of room on the low end and mid-range for graphics cards. And AMD and Intel are well placed to start like filling that whole position. And the graphics cards from Intel are already pretty decent in that area. So I can only see them like getting things right and doing more mid-range or mid-range market. Array of pointers. If data is an array of addresses or just an array. Data is either the addresses of an array of device or host addresses referencing individual acceleration structure instance structures or packed motion instance information as described in motion instances, or the address of an array of acceleration structure instance, and the instances are tightly packed. Acceleration structure instances can be built into top-level acceleration structures. Each acceleration structure instance is a separate entry in the top-level acceleration structure, which includes all the geometry of a bottom-level acceleration structure and a transformed location. Multiple instances can point to the same bottom-level structure. Ay, ay, ay. There's a transform. Transformation applied to the acceleration structure is a 3x4 matrix. Rho major affine transformation. So I guess it's just rotation and an offset position. Yes, yes, that's what affine means. Uh-huh. Visibility mask. The instance may only be hit if cull mask and instance mask is not equal to null. User specified index value. Accessible to ray shaders. Instance custom index. I guess if I want to provide extra metadata or something, I could use this as an index for that. I don't think I need that right now, though. Instance flags. We could disable culling. We could force opaque. Causes the instance to act as though opaque is specified on all geometries referenced by the instance. Cause this to act as though opaque bit were not specified. Disables face culling. I don't need that. Face determination is inverted because the facing is determined in object space. An instance transform does not change the winding, but a geometry transform does. Don't know what a geometry transform entails. So I want an instance. We'll use this one. Yeah. I don't think I filled this out a whole lot, did I? No. Nope, not at all. Row major affine. So that would be like three sets of 3 parameters. Or 3 sets of 4 parameters. 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. Excess elements? Construct initializer. How did I get this wrong? Is it, or is it like the other way? I don't know. Acceleration structure instance. KHR. So this first, and it's an array. So I don't know. Unless I just have to be like, here's all of the things. I don't know if I got the order of these right. I'm inclined to think that I did not. What is this next one? Index. I think it's like the index. And then there's the mask thing, which I don't know if I need to fill in. May only be hit if cull mask and instance mask not equal to 0. So I guess I would want this to be set. So that it doesn't get culled away. Hit shader, binding offset thing, the instance flags. This is called? What's it called? The binding table record offset. And then I need the acceleration structure reference. Get acceleration structure device address. Used by device operations. So this should be device address. How did I learn C++? I wanted to program in C++ at one point in time. I started off learning C. And then I kind of just decided I would do my own projects to learn C. And that was a challenge. Very significant challenge. So I kind of learned C++ by doing stuff in C and then realizing some of the features of C++ could be kind of useful, kind of important. It's been a very, very long time ago. Address or device address? Device address. KHR. I think one of the first C compilers I used is, it was called MetroWorks. If you've never heard of it, then you probably never heard of it. You probably won't hear about it either. Oh, that thing is old. And slightly specific to a given system. Let's see, I think it's geometry instances. I could initialize it with one of these. Be like dot instances equals. Structure type. Is it instances data? It's instances data. I'm not gonna finish filling this out now, am I? Geometry KHR. Okay, where is this stupid thing though? We want geometry type, and then we want the geometry data. Alright, so what does geometry type? Wait, is it not instances? Did I not fill in instances? Oh, I did. We just have to initialize this because this is a structure in its own right. Okay. Yes, data, instances data. It says a structure type. And a next, and then a bool. Structure type. What is this thing? Accelerations underscore structure geometry instances data KHR. Device or host address constant. I guess it would be host address? I don't actually know which one we want here. I don't know if these should be put onto the device or... Yeah, I'm a little bit confusion here. Because I know that some data has to be copied to the device before it gets used. And some data is allowed to be referenced on the host. And I don't know if this is one of those instances of something that it put on the device itself via an address. This is an array of addresses if an array of pointers is true, or is the address of an array of structures. But does it have to be a device address? I think that depends on the build command. We have geometry data, geometry flags. I guess I could say geometry is opaque. That would be convenient. Yeah? Okay. Make it opaque. It better be opaque. See, like, this requires device addresses. So I think it would be kind of weird to have, like, this also be a device address, but at the same time, it could be. So I think it would have to be device geometries. And speaking of weird geometries, I think after I read this a little bit, it's gonna be end of time. Very, very soon. Very, very soon. Instance says setting motion top level structures. Motion vectors. We're not doing motion vectors. If array of pointers is true, the pointer for each element of the array of instance pointers consists of 4 bits of acceleration, structure, motion, instance type in the low 4 bits of the pointer, identifying the type of the structure at the pointer. Accessed within the array of the low. That's okay, sure. I guess I could look at valid usage. For build geometry info. I don't know if it will tell me here though, or if I'd have to go up to the call. That might be. I might have to go in here and look up this parameter specifically. Let's see, instances. Acceleration data member. Instances. No, not that. The range of memory backing this structure does not overlap with the structure referenced as an instance's data. Or else. Or else bad things would happen. Triangles, 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 triangles. Very triangles. Instances, and what is this? Instances, data. Instances, data. Data. Instances dot data. Okay, that's instances data. Buffers from which the buffer device addresses for all of the vertex data, index data, transform data, instances data are queried with the something. Build input read-only bit usage. For any element, triangles, device address. Geometry of triangles. Geometry of AABs. Instances. Instances. If array of pointers is false, device address must be aligned to 16 bytes. If array of pointers is true, device address must be aligned to 8 bytes. Instances, device address must be a valid device address obtained from get buffer device address. Thank you. This cannot be an instance. This has to be a device address. Which means I have to upload the instance structures. Something like that. You have lots of jump instructions between ideas. I hope you have super scale or execution there. Then all of your jumps can be branch predicted. Which means that this is also going to be device addresses. So yeah, I will. I got something somewhere somehow. Let's see here. These will also have to be. Let's see, bottom layer ones are going to be triangles or AABs. AABB, BB, AA, BB, C, D, E, E. So yeah, this... I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that at all. So, yes, with that in mind, it's time to yeet. Yeet the stream. Be like, bye-bye. Farewell. So long. Come again. I don't know if I want to stream... Raid another stream. Because I don't do that very often. Maybe a quick glance to see if there's anything fun. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Not very good with picking tags to search for. And I don't see any. 3D space game. Maybe. I don't know if I want to go there, though. Don't know if I want to rate a stream without knowing what it's about, so I will be on my way. So, yeah. Bye-bye for now. I will probably eat something. Because it is about that time again. And then I will be back when I am back. Tomorrow is not typically a stream day, but I might make it an impulsive one. I'm not sure. I will see. Otherwise, it will be Monday. My Monday. In the middle of the day. I don't know where the rest of that is, but it is a place. And I don't even know if I filled this out right. I don't even know if I did this right. Is this build? The one thing I want is for it to still be able to build. So that if I want to run it, work on something else, the other processes still work. Yes, yes they do. Yes they do. And with that I will drink more water and I will be gone with the wind. For reals. Blink. Am I sure I want to say good night?